The Senate will come to order. The chaplain will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, we praise your holy name. Forgive us for the times when our fear has been greater than our faith, when worries have overshadowed our trust, and when we have looked more at our circumstances than at your promises. Strengthen our hearts and renew our confidence in you, knowing that you are able to do more than we can ask or imagine. Lord, remind our lawmakers that you are the same God who has guided your people through every step, the same God who makes a way when there seems to be no way, and the same God whose grace is sufficient for every trial they face. When teach senators to cast their cares on you, trusting that you care for them. We pray in your wonderful name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. How are you this morning? Good. Just third here, yeah. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., June 10, 2026, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Alan Armstrong, a senator from the state of Oklahoma, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. And under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Anthony J. Powell of Kansas, to be United States District Judge for the District of Kansas.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, it's been almost a year since Republicans passed the working families tax cuts. 1 year since Republicans delivered permanent tax relief to the American people and put more money in their pockets. And I'm proud to say that it's working. Mr. President, at the start of this year, hardworking Americans saw their take-home pay go up as the new tax law took effect. They saw its impact again in April when they filed their taxes, and many Americans saw a significant boost in their tax refunds. The New York Times interviewed 36 Americans and reported that, and I quote, "Many of the taxpayers said they had received their largest refund in years, allowing them to pay down debt, save more, I should say, or cover the cost of a vacation or a new bed," end quote. And Mr. President, last week we got yet more news that shows that the working families tax cuts is working. The Treasury Department released data showing that 90% of Americans who filed taxes this last year actually got a tax cut. So take a look at that, Mr. President. That's a pretty stunning number if you think about it. 97%, thanks to the working families tax cuts, 97% of taxpayers got a tax year, about $2 in tax bills. And who was it? Who was it that benefited from the working families tax cuts, Mr. President? Well, I'll give you a hint. It's in the name, working families. Almost every one of the 97% of American taxpayers who saw a tax cut this year earned less than $200,000. Nearly 70% earned less than $100,000. So if you take a look at this chart, Mr. President, you'll be able to see just exactly what those are the number of people who are making deductions in this bill. And if you look at the light one, that's the number of people under $200,000 who got a benefit. And I'll get into each of those specifics here in just a minute, but I think it's important to point out that the beneficiaries of the working families tax cuts were working families. In other words, Mr. President, the Americans benefiting from this bill, who are people who got up every day and go to work to provide for their families, they're not rich. They're people who spend nights at the kitchen table putting together their budgets, trying to make ends meet and save a little bit for the future. And that's who Republicans were thinking about when we wrote the working families tax cuts. And as the numbers show, that's who's benefiting. Mr. President, I've said that the working families tax cuts is about putting more money in hardworking Americans' pockets, and that's exactly what this bill did. It let working Americans keep more of their hard-earned money, money that they would have to send to the IRS if not for the working families tax cuts, and that they can now spend, invest, and save as they see fit. Mr. President, the working families tax cuts delivered real tax savings to the American people through a number of tax relief policies. Permanent lower tax rates reduced Americans' tax burdens across the board. And the now permanently doubled standard deduction helped 127 million Americans reduce and simplify their taxes this year. Nearly 40 million families claimed the newly enhanced $2,200 child tax credit in 2025. And as you can see from the chart, Mr. President, almost all of those families had incomes below $200,000. And I said before, 2/3 earned less than $100,000. And again, that's from the enhanced child tax credit, which is the bottom number down there. Mr. President, the New York Times story in April on this year's this year's larger tax refunds highlighted Nicole Mendoza, a 68-year-old Georgian shift a week in Canton, Georgia, to supplement her Social Security income and savings. All told, Ms. Mendoza said she earned about $38,000 last year and paid $551 in federal income taxes, end quote. And as Ms. Mendoza told the Times, and I quote, "I got back every penny," end quote. Mr. President, this year, millions of hardworking Americans like Ms. Mendoza were eligible for additional tax relief thanks to the working families tax cuts. Americans earning between $100,000 and $200,000 last year who took advantage of new tax relief in this bill saw an average tax cut of $1,250. Older Americans were able to take advantage of the enhanced senior deduction, which helped 35 million seniors this past year. And 7.5 million tipped workers were able to take advantage of no tax on tips. Fully 90%, Mr. President, of Americans who took advantage of the no tax on tips earned less than $100,000. 99% earned less than $200,000. And so if you look at the tipped wages, the number there on top, Mr. President, the dark blue graph there, I should say the dark blue bar represents the number of people who were making less than $100,000 who benefited from the no tax on tips. The lighter blue bar represents the number of people making less than $200,000 in their income this year who benefited from the no tax on tips. So look at that. I mean, 90% of people who get tipped wages get the benefit of no tax on tips, make less than $100,000 a year, 99% less than $200,000 a year. That is pretty stunning if you think about it. If you talk about actually working families out there, people who are trying to make ends meet, and those numbers, I think, represent just how important that particular provision was in the bill. And the savings they're seeing is significant. There was a bartender in Beloit, Wisconsin, said that he more than doubled his federal tax refund. Katie, who is a DoorDash driver in Oklahoma, said, and I quote, "It increased my refund from $300 to $2,000," end quote. Another DoorDash driver in Oregon said, and I quote, "No tax on tips has changed life. I worry less about being able to cover all of my expenses, and I'm able to work less, which is better for my health and family," end quote. Mr. President, that's the working families' tax cuts in action. And I haven't even talked about no tax on overtime, which, like everything else I've talked about this morning, is overwhelmingly benefiting middle and lower income Americans. Mr. President, last year Republicans promised to deliver lower tax bills for hardworking Americans. And the data released last week proves that is exactly what this bill does. The working families' tax cuts is delivering for working Americans. Mr. President, as they have every time that Americans have lowered taxes for working, the Republicans have lowered taxes for working people, Democrats have resurrected their dusty old talking points about tax cuts for the rich. I can't count the number of times that I've heard a Democrat senator say this bill was just about tax cuts for billionaires. Well, Mr. President, look at the data. Does this look like a billionaire tax cut to you? 75% of Americans taking the overtime deduction make less than $100,000 a year. 90% of those taking no tax on tips made less than $100,000 a year. And 97% of Americans who filed their taxes this year got a tax cut. Mr. President, this is real tax relief for hardworking Americans. And the American people are seeing it with their own eyes. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
the Democratic leader. Thank you.
Soon to be. Ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this morning's inflation numbers reaffirm what the American people already know. Trumpflation is getting worse and worse with no end in sight. Trumpflation hit 4.2% last month, a three-year high. Another month of Trump's illegal Iran war. Another month of Trump's tariffs. Another month of Republican control of Congress. And what does America get? A new all-time high for Trumpflation. Just about everything is getting more expensive. In the past year, the price of fresh produce has gone up 6%, meat 7.6%, electricity 6%, airfare 26.7%, and gasoline by a staggering 40.5% increase. Is it any wonder that polling this week found that 70% of American voters disapprove of Trump's handling of the cost of living? That number includes a whole lot of Republicans. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one, but nearly 17 months since taking office, he and his MAGA majorities in Congress haven't lifted a finger to lower American costs. But let's be clear. Republicans aren't just failing to address the affordable crisis, they're making it worse, actively making it worse. Republicans are driving up costs with their expensive tariff tax, with their disastrous war with Iran that's leading to record-breaking gas prices, with their trillion-dollar cut to health care, and with the rest of this radical, hard-right agenda that so misserves the American people. Trump's tariffs have cost American families more than $1,700 a year on average. American families have had to pay an additional $750 on average during these past few months just to meet the skyrocketing costs of gasoline because of the Iran war. And instead of focusing on helping Americans weather this dire financial moment, Republicans are helping Donald Trump get even richer. As Americans' costs go up, Donald Trump keeps putting his hand into the till to make money for himself and his families. Republicans are more concerned with Trump's golden ballroom than with helping America afford housing. Republicans would rather give taxpayer-funded payouts to Trump and his cronies through his MAGA slush fund than help Americans put food on the table. Republicans continue to fight for Trump and his corruption rather than lower costs for working families. On Pulte. Last night, Donald Trump characteristically and stupidly doubled down on his reckless decision to appoint Bill Pulte as acting director of national intelligence. The law, of course, requires the DNI to have extensive experience in national security, but Pulte doesn't have any. DNI, Director of National Intelligence, isn't an entry-level position, but Donald Trump is treating it like one by appointing Pulte. The only experience Pulte has is helping Donald Trump wage a crusade against Trump's political enemies. At a time when our nation is at war and is preparing for massive security events like the World Cup and America's 250th anniversary, we need a DNI who is committed to telling hard truths, not one who is committed to telling Donald Trump whatever he wants to hear. This is dangerous. Could be disastrous, having Pulte in charge. Now, David Prouty nominated to the NLRB. Today, the Senate Help Committee will consider the nomination of David Prouty to continue serving on the National Labor Relations Board. From his time working for the Major League Baseball Players Association to his tenure as general counsel for Unite Here and for an SEIU local that represented 175,000 workers, Prouty has spent a lifetime defending the rights of organized labor across the country. For the past 5 years, Prouty's been a force for reason, a voice for workers on the NLRB, even as Republicans try to undermine that vital institution, hurt working families, hurt the unions that represent them. Between August 2025 and January 2026, Prouty served as the only sitting member of the NLRB after Trump's unprecedented purge of the board's only other Democratic member, a great member, Gwynne Wilcox. and the expiration of the chair's term. Trump's gutting of the NLRB paralyzed it for the better part of a year until it regained a quorum. While I'm pleased Prouty was nominated for another term, Trump continues to try to undermine our workers and their right to organize by trying to stack the NLRB with partisan loyalists committed to shielding employees from accountability. I urge my colleagues to support Prouty's nomination so that workers have someone who will speak up for them on the NLRB for years to come. On our commissioner's letter, in addition to his attacks on the NLRB, Donald Trump has refused to nominate and confirm Democratic commissioners and board members to vacancies at numerous agencies that are required by law to have bipartisan members. It's outrageous. Every other Republican president has gone along with the fact that there have got to be a number of Democrats on these boards. Every other Democratic president has gone along that there got to be Republicans. Only Trump, once again, has smashed these positive bipartisan values. So today, I joined our Senate Democratic ranking members in calling on Trump and Leader Thune to start following the law and stop refusing to nominate or confirm these commissioners. Shortly after taking office, Trump launched an unprecedented purge of over a dozen Democratic commissioners and board members across the federal government. Officials who uphold election security, protect consumers, keep our roads safe, perform other vital services for America. Trump removed these officials without a second thought and has either left these crucial positions vacant or filled them with MAGA loyalists committed to serving him rather than serving the American people. Democrats will continue to call out Republicans for trying to undermine these agencies and the crucial services they provide to Americans every day. Yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Nebraska,
Mr. President, I ask to officiate the quorum call.
without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum calls with respect to the Powell and Dahl nominations.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Mr. President, this is the 250th anniversary year of the founding of the United States of America, the greatest nation the world has ever seen. Agriculture has been a part of this country since our founding. And agriculture is the heart and soul of what we do in Nebraska. We must always work to support our farmers and ranchers. It's a privilege for me to be able to do so as a senator from the great state of Nebraska. However, these are tough times in our industry for agriculture. We have seen widespread drought and wildfires. We have seen commodity prices in corn and soybeans be depressed and input prices be high. This puts a lot of pressure on our farming families. We also, as recently as the last day or so, have seen more wildfires in the state of Nebraska, in the northwest portion of our state, around Chadron and Fort Robinson. Our governor is taking appropriate action to be able to help fight these fires, but it's in very rugged terrain and it's going to be difficult for our firefighters there. And so I ask that all Nebraskans and Americans keep the firefighters and all those impacted by these fires in their thoughts and prayers as we go through it. One of the other challenges we are now facing in agriculture has to do with one of the bright spots in our industry, and it's the beef industry. Now, the beef industry is the #1 industry in the state of Nebraska. We are the beef state. But this industry is being threatened by the New World screwworm. This is a parasite that we had wiped out back in the 1960s and is now making a reappearance. In fact, we have had 6 confirmed cases, 5 in Texas and 1 in New Mexico. They're in livestock, but the case in New Mexico actually involves a dog. This is why Mexico is taking the steps to prevent all livestock from coming across the border, including pet dogs, to prevent the spread of the New World screwworm. Now, today I am sending a letter to our Ag Secretary, Brooke Rollins, to encourage her to continue to expedite the steps we are taking to combat the New World screwworm. And the way we do that is by producing sterile flies that ultimately then wipe out the population here in this country like we did before. Panama has the only facility in North America right now that is capable of producing these sterile flies, and Mexico is set to have a facility come online later this summer. Panama is producing about 100 million screwworm sterile flies right now, and Mexico is distributing those. And then USDA is distributing about 8 million a week in the affected areas of Texas right now. So we're trying to combat that right now. USDA is also investing another $750 million in a facility at Morrow Air Force Base near Edinburgh, Texas, that when it comes along will be able to produce about 300 million screwworm flies a week to be able to help combat this. So with the roughly 100 million a week that are being distributed right now, we're working on it, but to get there, we need to have more, and this is where USDA's investment is so critical to be able to help combat this. So I appreciate the work that Secretary Rollins and USDA is doing, encourage them to continue to expedite this so we can combat this disease. I would also point out that all these investments are in addition to what Senate Republicans did in the Working Families Tax Cut last year, where we added to the programs with regard to animal biosecurity and parasite mitigation. We actually were able to add about $233 million a year to USDA's budget in 3 different programs, which is 7 times the level of funding that was being done before. And again, all of this to help make sure we continue to protect our strong agricultural industry in the United States. And of course, as I always remind people, food security is national security. In addition, one of the things that we've been able to do is have Secretary Rollins and Deputy Secretary Fordyce come to Nebraska to see the damage that was done by the previous wildfires. The previous wildfires burned about 1 million acres in Nebraska and have displaced tens of thousands of cattle, as well as sadly costing a life of one Nebraskan who was caught in that fire. One of the things farmers and ranchers have told us is they need to have flexibility, not regulatory red tape, when it comes to this recovery. And I'm happy to report that USDA is working with farmers and ranchers to provide that flexibility. One of the areas, for example, is a lot of fencing was destroyed, and the USDA is giving us flexibility to be able to replace that fencing with different sizes of fences. The regulations, again, and somebody had some reason for it in the past, but required that you had to replace the fencing with the exact same post fence, and that's not all available given the widespread damage, so we're getting some flexibility to replace it with different size fencing. I am also introducing this week the Fence Act, and this is a bill okay, I'm going to get the exact word of it right here. This is the fence flexibility for our farmers and ranchers to be able to replace the fencing that they have lost with electronic fencing. So we have collars, for example, we can fit cattle with that can do virtual fencing. So the Fence Act would allow for this to be able to get dollars from the Emergency Conservation Program. And so another tool that's available for our farmers and ranchers to be able to recover from these fires. In addition, I also want to credit Fish and Wildlife and USDA for working to open up the Valentine National Wildlife Refuge for grazing as well, to be able to help our ranchers out from that standpoint. So a lot of work going to recover, help our farmers and ranchers recover from these terrible fires. In addition, in the Working Families Tax Cut, I mentioned the money that we're putting toward biosecurity. We also made a number of great improvements for agriculture. We were able to make the death tax exemption permanent. That's important to allow for farmers and ranchers to be able to pass on the family farm and ranch to the next generation. It's one of the reasons why I say that our farmers and ranchers are the original conservationists, because they want to pass along that family farm or ranch to the next generation so they take care of the land and their animals. But the death tax could get in the way of being able to do that. By making that death tax exemption permanent, we're assisting farmers and ranchers in being able to pass along that ranch, and about $200 billion in farm and ranch assets will now go to the next generation of farmers and ranchers and not to the government. So this will assist them, and that was all done in the Working Families Tax Cut. We were also able to update reference pricing for things like corn and soybeans, especially given the tough time for our row crops there. This is especially important, but we were able to update that reference pricing for the first time in 11 years. So that was an important thing we got done in the Working Families Tax Cut. We were able to renew the 45Z renewable fuel tax credit. Renewable fuels are a win-win-win situation. Consumers save money at the pump. Last time I filled up with 10% blend of ethanol at my local grocery store, I saved 55 cents a gallon. It helps clean up the environment, and it's also good for our farmers and ranchers. So promoting renewable fuels is something that we want to continue to do, and we were able to renew that 45Z tax credit to be able to encourage companies to invest in renewable fuels. We were able also to double the amount of money for trade promotion. In Nebraska, about a third of everything that we grow and raise goes overseas. We're the largest beef exporting state, for example. And so we want to have more trade relationships. We doubled the amount of money for programs like our foreign market development and market access programs, initial $285 million to be able to open up those trade opportunities in markets around the world to be able to help our farmers and ranchers. And then we also doubled the program for our new farmer and rancher program from 5 years to 10 years to be able to help out those new producers coming into the industry to be able to take advantage of some of the benefits in that program and give them a leg up as they start their careers in agriculture. So these were all great things that we did in the Working Families Tax Cut, and there's actually many, many more things we did for agriculture in there. Having said that, we still need to get a 5-year farm bill. Our current farm bill authorizations run out September 30. We've been living on extensions. Our farmers and ranchers deserve the certainty of a 5-year farm bill. Now, I'm pleased to report the House has passed their version of the Farm Bill, and it includes some of my priorities. Priorities around things such as rural micro-entrepreneurship, around flood resiliency, my FIDA Improvement Acts, which would help us deter Communist China from buying farmland around our sensitive military installations, like Grand Forks Air Force Base in North Dakota or Fort Bragg in North Carolina. So we need to get a 5-year farm bill done. Senator, my esteemed colleague from Arkansas is the chair of the Ag Committee, and he has been to Nebraska to hear directly from farmers and ranchers about our priorities for the Farm Bill. And I know he is working diligently to be able to get that Farm Bill passed. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that we must work together to find common ground and get this passed. Again, this is not only just about making sure that our farmers and ranchers have that certainty of a 5-year Farm Bill, but food security is national security. This is a national security issue as well. So it's very important that we get that done. Also, in the Farm Bill, I'd like to see one of my priorities with regard to fair labels. One of the things that we have seen, Mr. President, is that products are being put on the market that market themselves as one thing but are not really. My Fair Labels Act would address this specifically with regard to meat. We don't want something that is grown in a petri dish or something that is actually a plant to be labeled as meat or beef. Consumers should know exactly what they're consuming. And so my Fair Labels Act would require that if you're real beef or real pork or real chicken, you can say that on the label. But if you're not, if you're a plant-based product, if you were cultured in a lab, you cannot claim that title of being meat. This is one of the priorities that would make sure that not only would we be properly representing agriculture, but consumers would know exactly what they're purchasing. Also, one of the things that I did when I was governor of Nebraska is had the SNAP Next Step, which is encouraging our families on SNAP to be able to get better paying jobs by helping them with job coaching, resume writing, things like that. This would be another thing that we could add into the Farm Bill, since a lot of that Farm Bill, actually most of the spending in it, like 80% of it, actually has to do with the food stamp program, the SNAP program. This would be a great way to be able to help those families be able to reduce their dependency. When I was governor, of the families that participated in that, 60% were able to end their need for food stamp, and the other 40% reduced their need for food stamps. So that is a great way to be able to do it. And then finally, another thing that we can do to be able to help agriculture is pass E15 all year round. Again, Adrian Smith, one of my esteemed congressmen from the state of Nebraska, has helped pass this in the House. It is now for us in the Senate to be able to pass this. And I would point out that we have actually had E15 all year round through emergency waivers from the EPA for the last 8 years. The refineries who are worried about this, again, the sky has not fallen. I believe that there is an opportunity for us to find common ground to be able to get this passed in the Senate. This is important, again, for our farmers who would like to have that certainty, would help create demand for our corn, for example. What it would do is, by passing a law that says you can use E15 all year round, it would give consumers choice to be able to choose that, and we would not have to go to the EPA for that emergency waiver every summer. It would then give certainty to our marketers to invest in the infrastructure to distribute E15. And once again, this is something that can help mitigate high gas prices. I save 55 cents a gallon just on E10. You can save more on E15. So I encourage my Senate colleagues to take a look at this, to be able to work with my colleagues, like my senior senator from the state of Nebraska, to be able to find common ground to get this passed. We've been doing it by emergency waiver for the last 8 years. It's something we continue to do. Let's make it permanent so that we can get more investment in the infrastructure to be able to help give consumers more choice and help them reduce their fuel costs at the pump. All this would also help out our farmers and ranchers. Our farmers and ranchers are the backbone of Nebraska, and they've been the backbone of our country since its founding. We need to continue to support our farmers and ranchers. This is very important, not only for our industry of agriculture, but so that we can continue to feed our nation and indeed the rest of the world. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I arise here on the Senate floor for the third time in the last 2 weeks to explain to my colleagues that we are about to vote on a district judge. The 3 times I've explained this as 3 different judges. So Kansas has 3 vacancies, and we are in the process of having those filled, and this is the 3rd one, and we are about to vote on cloture in that regard. And I rise today in support of the Honorable Anthony Powell to serve as a United States District Judge for the District of Kansas. I've said before that this is an important responsibility of me and my colleagues to find the right people to serve in the judicial branch, and this is an issue that I've always taken very seriously. Judge Powell is a graduate from George Washington University and Washburn University School of Law, and before going on to his law practice at Martin and Churchill in Wichita, Kansas. He also served on Capitol Hill, including time as an intern for one of my predecessors, Senator Bob Dole. He was a member of the Kansas House of Representatives for 8 years, and he served as the Majority Whip And following his time in the state legislature, he was a judge in the 18th Judicial District serving Sedgwick County. That's the county that Wichita is the county seat of, for a decade before being appointed to the Kansas Court of Appeals. Judge Powell most recently served as the Kansas Solicitor General, and I believe he has the qualifications, the integrity, and the commitment necessary to serve Kansans and perform duties of this new role. I met Judge Powell during the selection process, although I knew him previously, and I appreciate his commitment to public service, devotion to our Constitution, and respect for the people of Kansas. Judge Powell and his wife Betty have 4 children, and I'm grateful to the entire family for their dedication to this service. I was pleased to recommend Judge Powell's nomination to the White House, and I look forward to voting to confirm him to the federal bench in Kansas. And I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting his nomination. And I thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Good. The clerk will read the report, the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Anthony J. Powell of Kansas to be United States District Judge for the District of Kansas, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Anthony J. Powell of Kansas to be United States District Judge for the District of Kansas shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Britt, Cornyn, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Marshall, McCormick, Moran, Scott of South Carolina, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Duckworth, Fetterman, Hickenlooper, Peters, Shaheen, Slotkin. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Rono, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Murphy, no.
Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Ernst, aye.
Good. You got any jokes for me?
Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, No. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 45, the yeas are 48, the nays are 45, and the motion is agreed to. Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I rise today to recognize a date that is significant in the history of the United States Senate and especially meaningful to me and to my home state of Kansas. 30 years ago tomorrow, June the 11th, 1996, Senator Bob Dole gave his final speech on the floor of this chamber, marking his retirement as both Majority Leader and as a member of the Senate. In his farewell speech, Senator Dole demonstrated the high regard he held for the people of Kansas. He was saying, if we could all go home and shake hands of all the people who are responsible for us being here, it would take a long, long time. And he grew up in a little town just down the road from my hometown. He grew up in Russell. And Bob Dole was my congressman when I was a kid. And I could tell even then how deeply respected and admired he was by the folks at home. He cared deeply about representing the people of our state. He represented them well, and he had a profound respect for the institution of the United States Senate. He said, in his final remarks that day 30 years ago tomorrow, he said, "The truth is that I would no more distance myself from the Senate than I would from the United States itself. The body is a reflection of America. It's what America is all about. We come from different states and different backgrounds and different opportunities, different challenges in our lives. His own service embodied those words, and he brought the same values and character from rural Kansas to the role of Senate Majority Leader. Bob Dole was an American hero who served in uniform during World War II and who sustained serious, grievous injuries, really, in battle during that service. He loved his country deeply. In his final remarks in this chamber, he said, "We are much more than a place on a map. We're the United States, and we're a beacon of hope. We're a magnet for the oppressed and a shield against those who would put the soul itself in bondage." He never lost sight of what made our country special or the blessing of being an American. He reflected, "I remember when the Berlin Wall came down and the Soviet Union empire collapsed. A lot of people started coming to America. They were young and they were old, they were men and they were women, and for the first time in 70 years, in some cases, they had the right to travel. They could get on an airplane without checking with their government and without waiting for a year or two, or they could go to church, they could vote. They had the basic rights that we in the United States take for granted. And where did they travel to? They came to America." He said goodbye on the floor of the Senate. Bob Dole reminded his colleagues not to lose the sight of defending and preserving the American way of life. He said, "I would hope that we will keep in mind that there are still threats around the world, and also keep in mind that we're the envy of the world." In this chamber, I used this desk, Senator Dole, a reminder of how his work on the floor resulted in many Americans having a better shot at the American dream. He championed landmark legislation that transformed lives of individuals with disabilities, veterans, farmers, young children, families, and many, many more. He was a strong champion of Food for Peace and established the Dole-McGovern Food for Education program, which uses U.S.-grown commodities to feed hungry school children, especially young people. Senator Dole embodied the compassionate spirit of Kansans and farmers who feed the world, and Kansas continues to do that work today. These food aid programs remain among our nation's most successful avenues to deliver American-grown food to hungry people around the globe. A wounded veteran himself, Senator Dole spent his life advocating for individuals with disabilities, and he was instrumental in the passage of the landmark legislation, Americans with Disabilities Act. Senator Dole never forgot his fellow veterans, and he worked tirelessly to help them find success after their military service. These efforts continued after his elected to public service, as he was instrumental in the creation of the World War II Memorial, a place he could often be found greeting honor flights of World War II veterans. Because of Senator Dole's work, my own dad, a World War II veteran, had the opportunity to visit this monument built in his honor. Senator Dole knew the power of working with others to make the world better, and despite the difficulties, he found an opportunity in the United States Senate. I will close with the words he delivered 3 decades ago. Yes, this institution has its imperfections and inefficiencies, but we're like America. We still work in progress and make progress here in the United States Senate. The challenges he spoke of still remain. I believe what he would say today, as he said it then, "I'm an optimist. I believe our best tomorrows are yet to be lived." His legacy shows a difference that one person can make, regardless of their background, birthplace, or education. Kansans and Americans held Senator Dole in the highest regard, and he lived a life worthy of that respect. May we resolve to practice that same kindness, respect, and honor that marked the life of Senator Dole. So I rise today here on the Senate floor, almost 30 years to the day in which Senator Dole left this institution. He left his country, his nation, his state in better shape than it was when he arrived, and he always knew that the brighter days were yet to come. He found common ground with people that were hard to find common ground with, and he and the way he conducted himself should remain a role model for those of us who serve in his place today. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that my remarks appear in a different place in the journal.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to honor and pay tribute to the life of Ms. Eliza Walker. I had the opportunity to first get to know Ms. Walker. I'm one who starts my day in the Senate gym and go to the cafeteria. And I met Ms. Walker at one of the cash register stands in that Senate cafeteria, and almost every morning, 3 days a week at least, we'd have a conversation as I stopped to pay my bill. She was a bright light, a good start to anyone's day, and I was saddened recently to hear of her passing. Ms. Walker always greeted me and all of her customers with a warm smile, and she and I often visited about our families and the latest happenings in our lives. She concluded every encounter with me and every customer that I saw her with, "Have a blessed day." She was dedicated to serving others, and she always treated everyone with kindness. There's lots of people I meet in this Capitol complex, and all of them are nice and respectful, and I appreciate that as a place, because it's a place that I work and spend a lot of time. I'm away from my own family, and I appreciate the kindness of others that compensate for some of those absences. And while many Americans know the Capitol is a symbol for our democracy, few see the countless public servants who, on their daily efforts and in their daily work, preserve and sustain this place. Ms. Walker was one of those individuals whose professionalism, compassion, and work ethic left a positive impact on all who met her. Doug Markley, Ms. Walker's supervisor, had this to say about her: "She was an icon at the Senate, and I miss her here every day. She was a woman of great faith and dedicated to being of service. On many occasions, if she knew I was facing a challenge, she would take my hand or put her hand on my shoulder and say a prayer for me. It was always a welcome gesture of support. It was her belief in doing what was right that was her strength, and her selflessness stood out to all who knew her." Ms. Walker was deeply devoted to her family, and I always enjoyed hearing about them in our frequent conversations. A mother to 4 children, a grandmother to 10 grandchildren, a great-grandmother to 13 great-grandchildren, her love for her family was central in her daily life, perhaps only exceeded by her love for her Savior. We often discussed our church activities, and I was pleased to learn that she knew many of the same old church hymns that I grew up with. Her faith guided her in every aspect of her life. A devoted member of the Vision Church in Washington, D.C., Eliza served as a source of wisdom and counsel, and she was someone who blessed many in that community. Wanting to share her faith and wisdom with the next generation, she became a publisher. She was an author in 2017 of her book, Mother's Wits from the Past. She dedicated her time and talent and treasure into her work and offered unique perspectives and practical guidance from the life lived well. There are many individuals whose contributions occur quietly and sometimes without recognition, but the service and kindness and the kind touch, it affects countless lives. Ms. Walker lived her life well, showed up every day with integrity, dedication, and pride in her work. On behalf of the United States Senate, we are grateful for her service, for her example of compassion, and for the way which she touched many lives with her faith and her generosity. As the scripture says, well done, good and faithful servant. My prayers are with Ms. Walker's family, her friends, her church community, and her colleagues. She is deeply missed, but her legacy lives on in the hearts of all of us who knew her. And Mr. President, I yield back.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, first of all, I want to thank my colleague from Kansas for making beautiful remarks about a beautiful person. Thank you, Senator. Mr. President, 103 days ago, President Trump started a war with Iran. He started it. It was a unilateral decision he made based on the Venezuela model, where he would be in and out. It would be over quickly, as he said. It hasn't worked out that way. This war is illegal and unconstitutional. In my view, it is a shameful moment in the history of this United States Senate, where even though this war is into its fourth month, this body, which is invested with the authority under Article 1 to declare war, has not even had a vote on whether this war is authorized. But I also want to point out what the problems are that the American people are experiencing as a result of this war. First of all, none of the president's goals have been met. He was going to decapitate the regime, and it was going to be regime change. Failed. He was going to end the missile program. Failed. And he was going to get rid of the nuclear material. Failed. What did happen is that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. And that fact is creating immense economic hardship on people across this country and really around the world. Americans who were already struggling to make ends meet, and ironically, they're struggling at a time when our economy in some ways has never been stronger. They say the cost of living is getting worse and worse. And of course, that's number one, due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. It's put immense pressure on our farming and food production system, leading to long-term price increases. And what we're hearing is that it's going to be a 4.2% inflation, when a year ago it was 2.4% inflation. So folks showing up at the grocery store, they're going to be paying 19% more for ground beef, 50% more for tomatoes compared to last year. Rising diesel and fertilizer cost could spell disaster for many farms. We're seeing more and more farm foreclosures. This is a real pressure in Vermont, but it's a pressure that is already all around our country. And as you know, Mr. President, higher oil prices also translate directly into higher energy costs and burdens, and it's especially true for rural households. Rural America uses about 14% more energy and spend a higher share of their income on home energy costs than those in urban areas. So that really affects all of us who serve rural constituencies, and that definitely is true in Vermont. Also, plastic products that are made of oil have spiked 40%, and that price change has or will very soon be passed on to our consumers. So this is really costing everyday people a lot more. And even before the start of the war, rural hospitals were already spending nearly $600 more per year on gas than folks in urban areas. They have to drive to get to wherever it is they're going, to work, their child to school, to a hockey practice, everything. You've got to get on the road. And let's not forget about what's happening with air travel. It's a real crisis. United Airlines is predicting that airlines could increase ticket prices by as much as 20% in response to the current oil market dynamics. It's putting a real squeeze on jet fuel. President Trump brushes these concerns off. You know, what he says inexplicably is once you explain that this is all about Iran having a nuclear weapon, people are willing to pay a little bit more. And he also asserted that gas prices are going to drop at the pump, quote, very quickly. Well, that is simply not true. And also, this plan about this military engagement that he's involved in, along with Prime Minister Netanyahu, is not having the intended goal of getting rid of the nuclear stockpile that material that Iran has. Last year, the average household in Chittenden County, I want to get back to the cost, home to Burlington, which is our state's largest city, paid around $1,800 in gas. As a direct result of this war in the closure of the strait, though that's going to go up to $2,300 a year. That's $500 more. And many commuters in our state and others have changed their daily routines. They've got to change the way they live their lives because they've got to scrimp and save so that they can afford the gas. And oftentimes they're staying home rather than going out. Dennis, a retired doctor in Vermont, even said, we definitely are driving less now. You know, we shouldn't impose these kind of decisions on Americans for a pointless and destructive war. It is not doing us any good in causing us a lot of pain. But President Trump has repeatedly shown that he has no qualms about doing this. He says, quote, "I don't think about Americans' financial situation." I believe him. He doesn't think about it, because any of us who are thinking about it know that Americans' financial situation has deteriorated as a result of this war. You know, I think the president and all of us who serve here, our number one priority should be finding ways to make American lives better and more affordable. That's not what the president says is his goal. So while the president isn't thinking about this affordability challenge, let me tell you who is. And it's Vermonters. And it's people in your state, Mr. President. Herbie in South Burlington said, "Honestly, gas prices are ridiculous. It's just way too much to fill up. We barely are saving anything, maybe $50 a month. With prices of gas and food and everything else going up, we've eaten through our savings, creating enormous economic insecurity." David, a Vermonter who works in the construction industry, said, "It's painful to the pocketbook." Sarah, a substitute teacher in Burlington, said about the increase in gas prices, "It's definitely going to be a new budget item in a different category." Ryan Bellavance, the president of Bellavance Trucking, a revered small business in our state, operates nearly a fleet of nearly 100 trucks based out of Barrie, said, "It's going to be fine until the people stop buying, you know, and then everything comes to a halt." That's down the road and not that far down the road. You know, this war, this march to war in the Middle East has also pushed affordable air travel out of reach. The closure of the strait means that airlines are facing up to $24 billion in additional fuel expenses this year, a cost which will be directly passed on to consumers. For airlines to break even, an increase of $1 a gallon on jet fuel is equivalent of a $50 per round-trip ticket increase for flying passengers. And we're not talking about the future. In April, every single major U.S. airline raised checked baggage fees. Spirit Airlines, which many Americans relied on for more affordable travel, met its demise. But we need more than predictions. American people deserve transparency about how the skyrocketing jet fuel prices will impact their wallets in the coming weeks and months. And Mr. President, I partnered with my colleagues from Illinois, Senator Duckworth, and Connecticut, Senator Blumenthal, in writing a letter to Airlines for America, whose members include major carriers like Alaska Airlines, American Airlines, Delta Airlines, FedEx, JetBlue, Southwest, United, and UPS, seeking information about the measures that airlines plan to take in response to these higher jet fuel costs and how rising prices will hurt our broader air travel industry. And by the way, one of the threats to our air travel industry is service that goes to rural airports, the essential service that is so vital to the well-being of the economies of rural parts of Vermont and rural parts of America. But what is really close to my heart is what's happened to the Americans' farm country. Vermont's farmers and producers, who are already contending with incredible economic challenges as a result of the trade war and the tariffs, are now struggling to figure out how they're going to pay literally the highest diesel prices since 2022. And to make matters worse, we are now in planting season. That means that farmers now have to spend at least $350 more per day just for a full run of one of their tractors. They use a lot of fuel, and it's diesel fuel, and diesel is expensive. And by the way, diesel prices already make up more than 60% of the fuel cost for farm operations. Lindsey Brand of the Northeastern Organic Farming Association of Vermont said it best: Diesel fuel powers some farm equipment and the trucks to transport food. We've heard from some farms that distribute regionally that trucking costs have doubled since the strait closed. The war has also surged the price of fertilizer, including urea, which is what most farmers use for their crops, 27% higher than it was before the war. Mr. President, no matter which way you look at it, the war in Iran has been a disaster on all fronts. It has nowhere near come close to achieving its goals, and there's no negotiations going on. Essentially, there's a dance. It's about trying to do face saving for President Trump. But also economically, it's had an immediate and wicked impact on families that are already struggling to afford essentials as a result of the affordability crisis. You add this to the trade war, to the tariffs, to the loss of markets, and it's a grim situation. We can change it. We've got to end the war. And we've got a dilemma here. The president actually does want a negotiated outcome, but his partner in this war, President Netanyahu, wants to intensify the war. We should end this war through diplomacy. The goals we seek will not be accomplished through military means. They must be achieved through diplomacy. Mr. President, we have to come to grips with the reality that this war continues to escalate the incredible pressure that our families, our farmers, our industries, our small businesses are facing. We've got to bring it to an end. We've got to get inflation down. We've got to make America more affordable. Mr. President, I yield back. Of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elster-Brooks.
President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that we vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Two.
Chair
I ask-
recognizes the
I
senator from
ask
Idaho.
I ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled roll call vote begin forthwith.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Ms. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Banks, Bozeman, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, Risch, Rounds, and Scott of Florida. Senators voting in the negative: Gillibrand, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Peters, Rosen, Slotkin, and Warren. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Padilla? Mr. Padilla? No. Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Mr. Merkley? Mr. Merkley? No. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Coons? Mr. Coons? No. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. McConnell? Mr. McConnell? Aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Blunt Rochester? No. Mrs. Murray? Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Grassley? Mr. Grassley? Aye. Mr. Ossoff? Mr. Ossoff? No. Ms. Murkowski? Ms. Murkowski? Aye. Mr. Schatz? Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Paul? Mr. Paul? Aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch? No. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. No. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt. Aye. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye.
Right, so. On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 44. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Brock Dahl of Maryland to be legal advisor of the Department of State, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Brock Dahl of Maryland to be the legal advisor to the Department of State shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice,
What are you doing?
John Hooven wants me to have Wesley sign this. Yeah. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna have it done. Have it done. Who is?
Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen,
Oh my gosh. Cannot make it up.
Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Crapo, Curtis, Langford, McConnell, McCormick, Marino, Paul, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Heinrich, Hirono, Markey, Sanders, Schatz, Warnock, and Wyden. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Bringing alcohol in? Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Husted? Aye. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Cotton? Aye. Mrs. Moody? Aye.
Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. King, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Thin, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Bozeman, Aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Marshall, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 44, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of State, Brock Dahl of Maryland to be legal advisor.
I recognize the senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, the post-cloture time with respect to Executive Calendar Number 765 be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Democratic Leader tomorrow. Finally, if the nomination is confirmed, the motion to be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I also ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
President.
Recognize the senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, this weekend, my eldest son, Theodore, Teddy, is going to graduate from college. Over the past couple of decades, I've been lucky to serve as mayor of Denver, and as governor of Colorado, now as U.S. Senator. But the greatest title of all is Dad. Teddy, and now my 3.5-year-old son, Jack, give my life and my public service real meaning. Like millions of parents, I catch myself thinking about them and their future constantly. Will Teddy's generation be able to afford a home? Will our healthcare system still be a broken mess when they need to take their own kids to the hospital? Will the hiking trails I took Teddy on as a boy still be there when he has children? These aren't just my worries, they're the worries of many Coloradans. Americans were right to be frustrated before President Trump took office. Our country was recovering from a global pandemic. Costs were too high. Help was too slow. So when President Trump came along and made promises, no more expensive wars, lower costs on day one, a government that finally works for working people, Americans took the deal. But President Trump didn't just fail to keep his promises, he broke them. And now Americans are paying the price. The president promised no more expensive, deadly wars. Instead, we're stuck with a war in Iran with no exit, no strategy, no end in sight. And every time you fill up your gas tank or buy your groceries, you're paying the price. The president promised lower costs on day one. A year and a half later, household debt has hit a record-breaking $18.8 trillion. $18.8 trillion in terms of household debt. The average American household has $105,000 in consumer debt. And families are spending money they don't have on necessities they can't go without. The president promised a government that worked for Americans. Instead, he gutted Medicaid and our health care coverage. He slashed food assistance. He dismantled programs designed precisely for moments like these when families are already underwater. It's as if President Trump started a wildfire for the American people, then took away every bucket of water. I hear from Coloradans every single day. And for years, long before this administration, they've been telling me the same three things. I can't afford to get sick. I can't afford my rent. I'm scared about the kind of world that my children will be inheriting. While President Trump is busy spending trillions on bombs, ballrooms, billionaires, my colleagues and I are trying to solve real problems, the ones that Coloradans tell us about every day. When Coloradans told us they couldn't make the rent, we got to work. Over my first 5.5 years in the Senate, we've secured over $500 million from the bipartisan infrastructure law and congressionally directed spending for affordable housing in Colorado. That money turned a Durango Best Western into apartments. It delivered badly needed workforce housing in Alamosa, Colorado, and it helped convert the stay-in Denver into housing for the homeless. We've heard from Coloradans who risked their lives to afford health care, stretching their prescriptions, skipping the ER, and avoiding pricey ambulance rides. So when we wrote the Inflation Reduction Act, we allowed Medicare to negotiate drug prices for the first time ever. And we capped the cost of insulin at $35. Americans couldn't afford their premiums, so we expanded the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which helped lower costs by $2,400 a year for millions of Americans. That's $200 a month. Across the state, we met with communities ravaged by drought and wildfire. We knew we needed to adapt our hot, dry future. We need to do a better job of adapting to that hotter and drier future. So we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, the single largest climate investment in human history. $4 billion for the Colorado River Basin, hundreds of billions of dollars in clean energy that created jobs and lowered energy costs. Then we created the Colorado River Caucus in the Senate to help conserve the West's most significant and scarce resource. That's what governing actually looks like. It's putting Coloradans at the center of everything we do. And when this administration threatened to take it all away, we fought at every turn. When they slashed $1 trillion from Americans' health care to pay for tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans and corporations, we refused to fund their corrupt government. When they moved to sell off 3 million acres of our public lands to pay for tax breaks for the billionaires, we stopped them in their tracks because Colorado's public lands are not for sale, not now, not ever. And just last week, when they tried to pass a taxpayer-funded slush fund for election criminals, we stood up. Time and time again, we fought this administration, not over politics. We fight because Colorado's pain should never be their profit. Good governance isn't flashy. Good government's built on thankless hours spent fighting to keep people at the table without bullying or bribing, without compromising our values to get there. And it's the only way we're going to pull Americans out of this mess. It starts by helping Americans get their heads above water and then building a country that actually works for them. We will end the tariffs and we will end the war that are driving up costs for everybody. Because a family in Grand Junction shouldn't be paying high prices at the grocery store for this administration's reckless policy decisions. We need to restore the health care this administration cut. Then we need to go further. We need to get and fully operate universal health coverage. I recently spoke with a Coloradan whose husband put off chemotherapy so she could get a life-saving surgery. They couldn't afford for both of them to have health insurance in both cases, so it became a trade-off that no family should be making. No family, not just in Colorado, but anywhere in the country, should be making that kind of a trade-off in the wealthiest country in the world. This administration told Americans, you can't lower costs. You can't protect our resources. Their bright solution? Send energy costs through the roof while the Colorado River runs dry. That's not a trade-off, it's a failure. The only way forward is a clean energy economy that lowers your bills and keeps Colorado's farms, forests, and rivers healthy for the next generation. This weekend, my son's going to cross the stage and start his adult life. And back in Denver, Jack is probably outside somewhere covered in dirt, which after all, his first word was dirt. The reason I believe my kids are going to be okay is the same reason I believe yours will be too. America never gives up. From Gettysburg to Selma, from Ludlow to Minneapolis, each time Americans face adversity, we grow stronger. I see it in Colorado every week. Neighbors showing up to help each other, protecting each other, sharing what they have, food, childcare, a bed to sleep in, even when they don't have that much themselves. It's that spirit that gives me hope for my children's future and yours. It's the American spirit. It's the spirit that this administration can't defund, can't destroy. Here's my promise to Colorado and to our country, one that can't be broken. If you're willing to roll up your sleeves and take on the tough fights, there's no peril, no problem, no president that we can't overcome. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back the floor.
Recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, is the Senate presently in a quorum call?
No.
Then I will proceed. Mr. President, today marks the 308th time that I have stood on the Senate floor and asked my colleagues to wake up to the realities of climate change. This also marks 308 times that my Republican colleagues have ignored my call to wake up. They even refuse to acknowledge the simple truths that the climate is changing. Oceans are warming. Sea levels are rising. And our fossil fuel emissions are the principal cause. In the last several weeks, Republicans have sent someone to the floor to object. Each time I sought unanimous consent to pass a resolution affirming these very simple truths. The Senate's record of failure profoundly disappoints me. In fact, it angers me. I'm angry on behalf of the homeowners in Florida, Louisiana, back home in Rhode Island, and across the country who are paying double or triple what they used to for property insurance, because climate risk is making floods, storms, and wildfires more frequent and severe. I'm angry that these same families are paying more than ever for groceries due to increasingly frequent and severe droughts, heat waves, floods, and storms. This is a tragedy, but worse, it is a preventable tragedy. Ignoring it will not make climate change go away. It will leave Americans poorer and American communities more vulnerable and less prepared. America can do big things. Our history shows that. And I believe a challenge of the magnitude of climate change justifies congressional action. So, here I still am, speaking, because I still believe in the power of this body to take action, to serve the people whom we took an oath to serve, and to use the awesome power that our constituents have granted us to solve the greatest problems facing our country today. This is a significant anniversary. Republican Senator John Chafee, whose distinguished career in the Senate spanned from 1976 to 1999, who also served as governor of my state and Secretary of the Navy, shared my belief. On a note of personal disclosure, when he and my father both came back from World War II as Marines from the Pacific Theater, they ended up as roommates in college. So there's some personal family affection there, as well as professional appreciation. Well, exactly 40 years ago this week, while serving as chair of the Senate Environment Public Works Subcommittee on Environmental Pollution, Senator Chafee convened a 2-day 5-panel hearing on the greenhouse effect, climate change, and on ozone depletion. Senator Chafee believed Congress had a role in addressing both the hole in the ozone layer and the rising temperatures and global disruptions caused by climate change. The 1986 Chafee hearing witnesses included scientists and policymakers among them Dr. James Hansen, who went on to become a leading advocate for decisive climate action and served NASA with great distinction, Dr. Michael Oppenheimer, later an Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change participant and Nobel Prize recipient, and even then Senator Al Gore of Tennessee. Also testifying were President Reagan's EPA Administrator Lee Thomas and his Commerce Deputy Secretary Clarence Brown. In Senator Chafee's opening remarks, he warned of what he called two critical problems facing the world. First was the growing use of man-made chemicals that were significantly depleting the ozone layer. And second was the, quote, buildup of greenhouse gases which threaten to warm the earth to unprecedented levels, unquote. Those problems had to be addressed, Senator Chafee warned 40 years ago, because, and I'll continue with his words here, there is a very real possibility that man, through ignorance or indifference or both, is irreversibly altering the ability of our atmosphere to perform basic life support functions for the planet. He asked the scientists to educate the public on the scientific consensus on ozone depletion and climate change, and he urged the government officials to take immediate action to, as he said, put the brakes on these looming crises and ensure a livable planet for future generations. Notably, Ronald Reagan's appointees acknowledged the climate crisis and agreed to take action. This is not the first time I have brought this graph to the Senate floor. This is the so-called Keeling curve, well known in science circles. This chart shows the change in carbon dioxide concentration in the Earth's atmosphere. As you can see, it has accelerated rapidly since 1950. Last month, the member who the Republicans sent to the floor to object to my statement of the science made the point that CO2 levels have naturally fluctuated over many, many years of geologic time. Well, yeah, that's true. Here's what that looks like. This is 800,000 years ago. 800,000 years ago. For the last 800,000 years, the carbon concentration in the atmosphere has never gone above 300 parts per million. It has varied up and down, but something very, very different happened when our industrial revolution began and we started emitting massive amounts of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases like methane into the atmosphere. There it is, up like a rocket. The notion that this can be explained by that is just plain preposterous. This is also not the first time I've come to the floor to speak about the 1986 Chafee hearings. I did so 10 years ago, in 2016, to mark those hearings' 30th anniversary. Then, as now, I reflected not only on the reality of climate science, which is virtually undisputed, except among those on fossil fuels payroll, and the climate costs that have accrued since 1986. But I also spoke about the shocking transformation of the Republican Party from the 1980s to today. In June of 1986, a Republican senator concerned by the same data that I'm sharing with you now committed to immediate and urgent action. He directed a panel of Ronald Reagan-appointed officials to outline their plans to address the crisis, and they did so. At that time, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere was approximately 348 parts per million. In June of 2016, when I recognized the 30th anniversary of this hearing, the fossil fuel billionaire-backed Supreme Court had just stayed the Clean Power Plan, EPA's first ever attempt to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from power plants. Then candidate Donald Trump promised to rescind the Clean Power Plan when he got into office. And the United States House of Representatives voted to officially denounce a carbon price. They went to bat to protect the freedom to pollute of their fossil fuel donors. In 2016, the concentration of CO2 had climbed from 348 parts per million to 404 parts per million. These are measurements, by the way, not opinions. Today, President Trump, approaching the halfway point of his second term, calls climate change a hoax. Hoax. His EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin rescinded EPA's greenhouse gas endangerment finding, an action flatly at odds with known science and with the law, and then celebrated what he called driving a dagger straight into the heart of the climate change religion. Really. And to bring things full circle, earlier this spring, 40 years after a senior Reagan administration commerce official acknowledged the reality of climate change, today's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, a strident opponent of affordable, renewable energy, denies the science. The Republican Party steps backward. Today, as I speak, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere is north of 430 parts per million. 348, up to 404, now up to 430. In just 4 decades, atmospheric CO2 concentration has increased by nearly 25% due to fossil fuel combustion. As climate deniers are fond of pointing out, CO2 doesn't harm or kill people. What it does is trap heat in the atmosphere, enormous amounts of heat. And it is that heated atmosphere that harms and kills people through more violent extreme weather events, wildfires, and rising seas. Here, you see global average temperatures. Back in 1986, they were 0.46 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial norm. Now, they're 1.4 degrees above that pre-industrial norm. That difference nearly a full degree, has already had profound consequences for our planet. For one, our oceans are heating every year by the zettajoule. If you don't know what a zettajoule is, let me tell you, it has 21 zeros after it. You can either call it a billion trillions or a trillion billions. It's an enormous number. The entire production and consumption of energy by the human species on planet Earth is half a zettajoule, and because of the heating generated by the greenhouse gases, more than 24 zettajoules of excess heat go into the ocean every year. A multiple of our total energy consumption as a species is absorbed by the oceans. If you want to know why they're warming, if you want to know why reefs are dying, if you want to know why fisheries are moving around, if you want to know why seas are rising, if you want to know why storms are worsening, there's your answer. Zettajoules of excess heat into the oceans caused by fossil fuel. And all of that has economic costs. In this building, I've grown, I suppose, accustomed to the fact that nobody cares about anything that can't be monetized, and they only care about it to the extent that it is monetized. So here's the monetization of what all that means. In 1986, here, there were $3 billion disasters in the United States. Last year, there were $23 billion disasters. The recent LA wildfire alone destroyed thousands of homes and did tens of billions of dollars in damage. And guess what happens when that kind of damage soars? Insurance moves with it. You actually don't have to be directly affected by a climate change-driven extreme weather event, a hurricane or a wildfire, to be paying the price for climate change. Back in 1986, when Senator Chafee held his hearings, homeowners insurance premiums averaged about $150 annually. In today's money, they averaged $470, roughly. Today, premiums average almost $2,500. And, no surprise, the largest increases are in the highest climate risk areas. In Florida and Louisiana, homeowners insurance premiums average more than $10,000. And they're predicted to increase, doubling, even tripling, off the proverbial charts. Climate change is no longer tomorrow's problem, and it has moved from the science department into the economics department. It is here today, and whether my colleagues care to admit it or not, we are all already paying for it. Economists estimate that it costs every household an average of around $500 per year in heightened climate cost. And that's a conservative estimate. In many coastal and wildfire-exposed parts of the country, that average annual cost is already north of $1,000 for household costs. And that hidden climate tax, brought to you by the fossil fuel industry, is steadily rising year after year. This is what 40 years of inaction and obstruction following the Chafee hearings has wrought. Huge costs and increasing economic dislocation. What was once a scientific issue, a prediction, is now knocking at our door and causing immediate economic harm. And then there's the politics. In 1986, the hope and determination to tackle climate change was a bipartisan thing. Today, climate change has been replaced in the Republican Party by climate denial. When I got here in 2007, climate change was still a bipartisan concern. We had major climate legislation in this body, 4 different measures that I recall, each significant, each that would have changed the trajectory that these pages will face in their lifetimes. But then the 2010 Citizens United decision came down. That decision unleashed a vast fossil fuel-funded armada of front groups that spread around climate disinformation, perhaps the biggest fraudulent operation in the country's history, and unlimited dark money into our politics, perhaps the largest corruption enterprise in American history. Back in 1986, Senator Chafee did not face a politics awash in fossil fuel dark money, and the armada of climate denial front groups did not exist. And so the Senate was able to focus more on the public interest and less on fossil fuels' special interests. Today, objecting to my calls to this body to recognize the reality of climate change, the objector sent here accused me of, and I'll quote him, subscribing to Chicken Little scare tactics. That's 2026 Republican position. Back in 1986, Republican John Chafee, before this became the House of Mammon, opened his climate change by saying something very different. He said, "This is not a matter of Chicken Little telling us the sky is falling. 40 years of fossil fuel influence has made a sickening difference." The 1986 Chafee hearing is also illustrative of the power of Congress when uncorrupted by a powerful special interest, it acts decisively in favor of the public. At the time of the Chafee hearing, depletion of the Earth's protective ozone layer was allowing dangerous levels of solar radiation to penetrate the atmosphere. Twin holes in the ozone layer had formed around the North and South poles, and the ozone holes were growing. Scientists worried that absent immediate action, the holes would grow big enough to threaten the survival of life on Earth. That fear is ancient history now. Why? Not because we mocked the scientists for fear-mongering, but because we did as the science advised and phased out the use of ozone-depleting chlorofluorocarbons. In 1990, just 4 years after the Chafee hearings, Congress passed the 1990 amendments to the Clean Air Act, which required this phase-out. No surprise, the scientists were right, and the phase-out worked. Chlorofluorocarbons stay in the atmosphere for decades, so it took years to see the effects of the ban. But beginning in the 2000s, the ozone hole stabilized, then began to shrink. And if current policies remain in place, scientists expect a return to pre-1980s level, a healing of the ozone holes within the next 4 decades. We could still do the same for climate change. Follow the science. Pass a law to implement policies that would reduce and eventually eliminate carbon pollution. Remove the already emitted carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and restore our climate's natural health. Halt and eventually reverse dangerous sea level rise and the dangerous cycle of ever worsening storms and wildfires, and fend off the insurance collapse that this trajectory portends. Many of us watched the recent Artemis II mission with awe of the astronauts who traveled farther than any human has gone before, and with awe for NASA's ingenuity to be able to send them there. Astronaut Christina Koch, speaking from over 200,000 miles away from Earth, spoke to future generations. We will explore, she said. We will build, we will visit again, we will construct science outposts, we will found companies, we will bolster industry, we will inspire, but ultimately, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other. Her closing words would resonate, I think, with Senator John Chafee. 40 years ago, he said, "It seems that the problems man creates for our planet are never-ending, but we have found solutions for prior difficulties, and we will for these as well." With those words of his, I salute the memory of Senator John Chafee, whose seat I now hold. He was an inspiring and far-sighted public servant. We need more of them. I should add that the NASA scientists who made that remarkable Artemis voyage possible have no doubts about the climate science. Those climate doubts, that fake climate denial, is precisely coextensive with the reach of the fossil fuel industry's corrupt political influence. There are two paths that emerged from Senator Chafee's hearing. One was the path of science to success against ozone depletion. The other, the one we have unfortunately chosen, is the path of climate denial fraud and dark money political corruption that leads to failure. We can do better, but only if we wake up. I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, let me thank my colleague from Rhode Island and recall affectionately that when I came to the Senate in 1997, John Chafee was serving, and I had an opportunity to meet with him and to work with him on something that he loved called the Atlantic Forum. And he asked me to join him in a bipartisan way to lead that effort in the Senate. It's such a compliment for a freshman senator to have that kind of request from a man of his stature. He served our country so well, I believe World War II, maybe the Korean War as well, in the Marine Corps before he was elected governor of your state. I attended his memorial service in Providence, and it was quite a crowd, as there should have been. Thank you for bringing up his name in this positive mate.
I would only inform the senator through the chair that I too was at that memorial service. It probably was the first time we saw one another.
Quite a
Thank
crowd.
you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I was first elected to the House of Representatives here in Washington in 1982. That's a long time ago. But I remember very well my first year in the House. Politically, I was scared to death. It was my first election victory, and I had defeated a 22-year Republican incumbent congressman. I was looking over my shoulder every day, every minute. every bill, every vote, thinking this is it, I can't get this done. And then they came around and told us something I didn't want to hear at all. They said, incidentally, the Social Security system is going broke, and it'll happen within a year or two. We have to fix it. I thought to myself, this is the end of me. No matter what they come up with, whatever proposal it is, the controversy will be so intense that it'll cost me my congressional seat. I listened to the debate, and I saw the end product that was suggested in 1983 for 50 years of solvency for Social Security, and decided in the end that the responsible thing to do was to vote for it. We passed it. We waited to see what the electorate would do. Not a single member of the House of Representatives of either party lost an election attributable to the Social Security vote. By making some hard decisions in a timely fashion, saving Social Security, we did the right thing for America, and politically it turned out to be a safe thing, whether we believed it at the time or not. So now we face another crisis in Social Security. The 50 years of solvency, which we bought in 1983, is running out. The Social Security Board of Trustees releases a report that tells us about the status of Social Security finances. Their 2026 report, released yesterday, should send alarm bells through Congress. According to the Board of Trustees, the Social Security Trust Fund will be unable to make full scheduled payments in 2032. So the effort that I was involved in 1983 paid off. We bought 50 years, but now what are we going to do? Just 6 years from now, Social Security will only be able to pay 78% of current benefits. What does that mean? I'll give you a rough illustration. The average Social Security check in the United States is around $2,500. If you reduce it by 22%, people will receive about $450 less each month. It means that beneficiaries across our nation will see their benefit checks cut by 22%. 22% means $455. It's about around the average a retired household spends on groceries each month. That could be devastating. We cannot let it happen. Roughly 70 million Americans, seniors and people with disabilities, rely on Social Security for food, medication, housing, and utilities. In my home state of Illinois, more than 2.3 million people receive Social Security. 20% of seniors in Illinois rely on it for all or nearly all of their income. It's all they have. Each year, Social Security lifts 533,000 seniors 65 and over out of poverty in my state. Social Security is a lifeline that they earned after a lifetime of hard work. But many beneficiaries still struggle with living expenses. Every day, seniors are forced to make decisions that most Americans pray they'll never have to face, like whether to buy groceries or pay the utility bill, refill their medications or pay their rent or mortgage. And now, if we do nothing, if Congress does nothing with this Board of Trustees report, every single senator faces the prospect of making do with $455 less a month in just 6 years. These are not hypotheticals. Every single senator has received these heartbreaking stories from constituents about what they're doing, struggling to survive when they're on fixed income like Social Security. One of my constituents, Kimberly, shared her appreciation of Social Security and said it's traced back to her grandmother, who was a maid and commuted to the suburbs from Chicago to work each day. Kimberly said her grandmother stopped school in the 9th grade and had a family of 8 children. When she retired after her husband died, she relied heavily on Social Security. Kimberly said, quote, Social Security was my mom's monthly stream of income, her only monthly stream of income. So why haven't we done something to avoid this deadline in just 2032? It's because we have a fear that doing what is right may be politically unpopular. Every year when the Social Security Trustees report is released, we again bury our heads in the sand and say, thank goodness some future Congress will take care of this problem. Social Security is a bedrock promise we make to America, the most fundamental safety net program in America. And I'm concerned that Congress will wait until the absolute last minute to try to do anything to save it. That would make it extremely difficult, make it irresponsible conduct, unacceptable. Earlier today, I released a bipartisan statement. Yes, senators of both political parties issued a statement together. Senators Bill Cassidy, Tim Kaine, Tom Tillis, and I are saying to Congress, don't wait, do something. We must find a way for Congress to debate this issue in a transparent, fair, and bipartisan way, a mechanism that would force us to make meaningful and important policy choices. Several of us have been working together trying to figure out how we can strengthen Social Security for future generations of retirees. We say to our colleagues, join us in doing what we were elected to do. Legislate on hard issues and protect the Lifeline program like Social Security for our kids and grandkids. Because we do not have a shortage of ideas. What we lack is a will to do it. The senior senator, there are many bills that are out there. The senior senator from Vermont has a bill to address this crisis. Junior senator from Rhode Island, the same. Senior senator from Hawaii, equally. Senior senator from Louisiana working on one as well. Good ideas are out there, but we need to come together on a bipartisan basis and agree on a path that buys 50 years of solvency at a minimum. Those senators have worked on their proposals for a long time. They want to present them to the Senate, and they should. But to do that, we have to do something we haven't done in a long time. Get ready. Buckle your seatbelts. I'm talking about legislating. Actually bringing a measure to the floor and opening it to amendment. We would say you can offer an amendment if you wish to anyone's proposal for Social Security, but whatever you do has to buy a minimum of 50 years solvency for Social Security. And then let's vote. There'll be some ideas that will be crazy and you wouldn't even consider them, but I think we could work to a bipartisan solution to our challenge as well. These measures should be debated, receive a vote, and have their own chance to become law. Let's not run away from this responsibility anymore. Let's not say it's somebody else's problem. We were elected to solve problems, and there's no greater problem than the solvency and future of Social Security. If you think I'm making that up and blowing smoke, ask senior citizens how important Social Security is. They will tell you it's critical for their survival. We were sent to Congress to legislate and to vote on hard issues. 4 senators, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, are stepping forward now to say we can work on this together. We owe it to our kids and grandkids to protect and bolster this critical, important program. I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
President, the Senate is now debating Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which expires on Friday. Last week, the Senate resoundingly rejected a bill that would have continued the surveillance status quo. It is clear the path to 60 votes in the Senate on Section 702 runs through real reforms. There's no reason why the Senate can't start moving forward with surveillance reform now. I and other colleagues have introduced comprehensive, bipartisan, bicameral surveillance reform legislation which would protect both Americans' rights and national security. We have been championing these reforms for some time, but I understand the Senate is divided on the issue. So senators are going to need to get to work trying to forge a path forward. So I'm prepared to put some real offers on the table right now. So I'm going to start by asking unanimous consent to pass a simple bill that makes one very important reform. It would require government agencies to get a warrant before using Section 702 to read the communications of Americans. It contains a number of exceptions, including for emergencies, and our analysis is that it would be very feasible for the executive branch and the FISA court to implement it. Most importantly, it would finally bring Section 702 in line with the principles of the Fourth Amendment, and law-abiding Americans are getting swept up in Section 702 now, and this bill would require that government agencies get a warrant if they want to read Americans' emails, text messages, or other sensitive communications. And let me note, a number of Republicans in both the Senate and the House have sponsored or co-sponsored legislation to create the kind of warrant I'm talking about. This bill is only one part of my comprehensive surveillance reform bill. It doesn't address numerous other concerns related to FISA, other intelligence authorities, and the sale of Americans' location data. It is not a long-term solution by itself. It will, however, extend Section 702 of FISA for 9 months, well into next year. So I would ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 4738, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Texas.
Mr. President, the senator from Washington is prepared to let this essential foreign intelligence surveillance tool go dark unless we accede to his demands. And frankly, the demand for a warrant to search lawfully collected foreign intelligence makes no sense whatsoever. So Section 702 is probably the most important law most people have never heard about. It protects American citizens by saying only foreigners can be the object of surveillance, but necessarily sometimes when the communication is between a foreign target and an American citizen or U.S. person, that call is documented in metadata, so-called time, place, and persons who've made the call. That is lawfully collected intelligence. And what this requirement would mean is that the FBI, mainly, would have to go out and try to prove the elements of a crime, that a probable cause that a crime has been committed, in order to get a judge to issue a warrant to look at lawfully collected intelligence, which is basically the metadata. If content is required or asked for by the FBI, they have to go before a judge and establish why that is. But one of the basic points of confusion is some people think that gathering intelligence is the same thing as investigating a crime.
It can be sometimes, but basically, seeking intelligence is forward-looking in order to prevent future acts, for example, of terrorism. Criminal investigations look backward to see if a crime has been committed and are subject to criminal penalties, which do include, particularly with U.S. persons involved, all the constitutional protections that U.S. citizens and U.S. persons enjoy. Foreigners do not enjoy Fourth Amendment protection against this sort of surveillance. So, first of all, I believe that this is misguided. We've heard from the intelligence community that this requirement will slow down collection of intelligence, including during occasions where time is of the essence. So courts have found that none of these queries require or implicate Fourth Amendment protection. So the very foundation for this argument has been rejected by the courts that have reviewed it. Senator Wyden's bill would be akin to asking a police officer having to get a warrant every time they happen to look at legally collected evidence in their evidence locker. Makes no sense whatsoever. Requiring a warrant for every query of already lawfully collected information in the 702 database would significantly hinder the ability to respond to emerging threats. So, Mr. President, for that reason, I object.
The objection is heard. I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think it's unfortunate what my friend from Texas is saying. Let me be clear. The warrant requirements that I am talking about are sponsored or co-sponsored by Republican members, both in the Senate and in the House. And my bill does not require a warrant to search metadata. A warrant is only required to read the content of Americans' communications. Of course.
Is the contact between the foreign target and the U.S. person or American citizen. We're not talking about content. That would require another step to find that content and approval by the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. So I think there's some confusion about what is already collected and what would seek to be collected, but which would require another step.
Mr. President, without continuing this well into the evening, let me just say I'm quite certain that the senior Republicans who have sponsored or co-sponsored these ideas understand what this is all about, and I believe we'll continue this conversation. I'm now going to move to another unanimous consent request to pass an even narrower bill that it's hard to see anybody objecting to. It would not make any changes to surveillance law, but would significantly increase public transparency about the impact of surveillance on Americans' rights. It would create some new reporting requirements that would help inform Congress and the public about surveillance activities that impact American citizens. And it would direct the executive branch to declassify a March 2026 FISA court ruling on Section 702 that found significant violations affecting Americans. The executive branch is already legally required to declassify the report, and they've had 3 months to work on it. But in my judgment, it needs to be redacted and released in the next couple of weeks so that it can inform the surveillance debate here in the Senate. The chairman and the vice chairman of the Select Committee on Intelligence, which I'm honored to serve on, called on the executive branch to redact and release this court ruling by May 15th. But the executive branch simply disregarded their request. The bill also extends 702 for 5 weeks. So, on this point, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of S 4740, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President?
I recognize the senator from Texas.
Mr. President, once again, the senator from Washington is objecting to a clean extension of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, Section 702, which would prevent us from going dark on foreign intelligence risks and threats to our country. The sorts of things that he's talked about here. Since 2024, Congress has passed dozens of transparency and accountability reforms that have actually worked. Congressional oversight, of course, is critical, and the Senator and I and the chairman of the Intelligence Committee are here. We all serve on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence that performs important oversight functions to make sure that the balance between privacy and security is the right balance. And indeed, the bipartisan Cotton, Grassley, and Warner bill, which is available to us to vote on, has almost 24 additional protections included. We should be taking up that bill, not threatening to go dark and create dangers to our nations. Also, it's not just a program that expires on Friday. It's a lot of oversight and protection built into the current bill and past FISA reauthorizations. If that goes dark, all of those previous protections that were negotiated that I know the senator from Washington believes in, those would go away. So in addition to being endangering the American people and our national security, it would eliminate the very sorts of privacy protections and transparency that the senator from Washington is arguing for here on an expanded basis. So under those circumstances, I object.
Mr. President.
The objection is heard. I recognize the senator from Oregon.
I've served on the committee many years with my friend, and I appreciate him and don't want to give him a hard time. I am a United States Senator from Oregon, though, and I think I've been called the Senator from Washington.
I'm sorry, I had a mental warp there.
Our friendship will continue. Now, I think at this point, my colleague has a unanimous consent request that he wishes to make, and then I'll respond and we'll complete our business for the night. So my colleague, I would say, ought to make his unanimous consent at this point.
Recognize the senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I apologize to my friend, the senator from Oregon. I do know the difference between Oregon and Washington, and I'm not confused about that. But, Mr. President, there is a risk of this necessary and critical intelligence tool to be extended. The President has called for an extension for, I think, up to 3 weeks, to July the 2nd, in order for further negotiations to take place. So hopefully there can be bipartisan buy-in to the ultimate product that comes out of this. So to that end, I'd ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the bill at the desk. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would only close my remarks by saying every day that Section 702 is in effect without reforms is a day that Americans' rights are unfortunately under threat. If there's going to be an extension of these authorities, there needs to be some guardrails or at least some transparency that would allow Congress and the American people to understand the abuses that have taken place and the need for the kind of reforms that I, and as I say, senior Republicans in both the Senate and the House have been backing. For those reasons, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Texas.
Mr. President, all we are asking for is an extension, a clean extension of the current law, which includes a lot of the reforms that the senator from Oregon has advocated for and gotten included in the current state of the legislation. And as I said, those will go away if this program goes dark after this Friday. And further, the authority to work with the various institutions that are essential to collecting this foreign intelligence for the safety and security of the American people, that will go away, endangering the American people and our national security. In fact, 60% of the President's daily intelligence brief contains 702 intelligence product. The senator from Oregon knows that well. This is simply too big a risk for us to take to allow this to go dark. All we are asking for is a little bit additional time to continue these negotiations, to find consensus so that we can continue to protect the American people while finding the appropriate balances between our national security and individual privacy rights.
President,
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
just very briefly before I leave the floor, I only want to say to my friend, I'm always interested in talking to you about ideas that can bring people together and find some common ground. I've said, as we've gone through this debate, that Ben Franklin summed it up, and basically liberty and security aren't mutually exclusive. We can figure this out, but we're going to have to start talking. We're going to have some negotiations. And I've enjoyed talking with my friend from Texas, and be happy to continue it in the future. I yield the floor, and
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Texas.
One last response. There is absolutely no justification for risking this program going dark on Friday. These negotiations can and should continue. That's how we solve problems around here on a bipartisan basis. But we don't risk catastrophe in our national security in exchange for demands that could well be addressed during an extension till July the 2nd. So I regret we find ourselves in this situation, and the clock is ticking on our national security because this program will go dark come Friday.
President.
I recognize the senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I'd ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations. Calendar number 693, calendar number 713, with the exception of Rear Admiral Michael E. Campbell and Rear Admiral Matthew W. Lake, and all the nominations on the Secretary's desk in the Coast Guard with the exception of PN 846. That the nominations be confirmed, the motions to reconsider to be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening debate or action, that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I understand there's a bill at the desk, and I'd ask for its first reading, S 4744.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S 4744, a bill to amend Titles 10 and 38 United States Code and other federal laws to improve benefits for veterans and the administration of the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard, the bill will receive its second reading on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 265 S 872.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 265 S 872, a bill to amend the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act of 2006 to ensure that other transaction agreements are reported to usaspending.gov and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I now ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, that the committee reported amendments be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered and read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I now ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills in block. Calendar number 410, S736, calendar 411, S825, calendar 412, S3041, calendar 14, S4394, calendar 419, S1890.
As a point of clarification, it is calendar 414. Is there objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask further unanimous consent that the committee reported amendments, where applicable, be agreed to, and the bills as amended, where amended, be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate on these measures in bloc.
Is there further debate? If not, the question is on the measures as amended, where amended, en bloc. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The measures are passed as amended, were amended, en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all in bloc.
Without objection.
I now ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, June 11, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, at 11:30 a.m., the Senate proceed to executive session and execute the order in relation to the Dahl nomination. Also, notwithstanding Rule 22, The cloture motion filed during today's session ripened at 1:45 p.m.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.